Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Or rather, I'm happy to be back. It's been a while. It's been over a week since I've been live. There's been a lot going on. Sorry about that. Last week, when I was supposed to stream, things were pretty stressful because I was attending 2 regionals back to back over the course of the weekend and so on and so forth. But we are now back, and we are back on a very special day. It's gonna be a good day. I think I can feel it. It's gonna be a good day for Master Duel. So yeah, we'll talk about all those things. But first of all, thank you all for the subs for during the starting soon screen. Appreciate you all. Thank you for holding your primes until I was back. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you to Alessio. Thank you to Dragonfire. Thank you to Minos Trigger, Der Flunch, X10 Maples, and Stas FR21. Thank you guys for all of the support. I appreciate that. Hope you all had a good week, even without the streams. Yeah. Thank you, Nilmi. I'm doing a little bit better. Yep, it's all right. It's okay. I'm gonna be fine. All right. Yeah. So today's gonna be a fun day. Gonna have some fun with Sky Striker and Master Duel, but also there's like, of course, a lot of people are saying, "Oh my God, yes," and so on, as if Sky Striker release is like the biggest thing ever in Master Duel. Which, to be fair, I'm pretty excited for it. But there's other things happening today in Master Duel as well, like the new ban list that has huge implications. I feel like, as well as like there's other things we need to talk about in that pack. But one by I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's warm up still, because I do want I want to give people time to assemble. So let's do some card guesser real quick. Let me do some card guesser real quick, and then we'll talk about all those things. Up, it needs to go more like okay. All right, first card seems familiar. Goblin Zombie. This gives me Vendred vibes. Reunion? Revenants. Yeah. Okay, this is World Legacy or Crusadia. I think that's a Crusadia spell. Crusadia Vanguard, yeah. Fires of Doomsday. I feel like I've seen this before. It's Nephthys. Maybe is it Nephthys? I'm not sure. Defender of Nephthys. It was. Ooh, Adignister. Pachichi? Yeah. I've seen this card before, but I don't know its name. Ooh, that's a prophecy card, really. That is TG1 EM1. That's also Vendred. That's a Vendred trap card. Vendred Origin? Re-Origin? Yeah. Brickstar. Yeah. Ooh, that's a Cloudian spell. I don't know its name though. It's like Cloudian Squall. Spirit Reaper. Exodia Necros. ABC Dragon Buster. No. Oh, it's just A. Oh, B. Right, A is yellow. My bad. This is something pitch dark dragon. Don't know this one. Cipher bit. That blasting fuse. Yeah. Ooh, that's a psychic extra deck monster, I believe. It could be hyper psychic blaster. No. Maybe it's one of the assault mode. Yeah. I don't know this one. Orchestrated attack. Ooh, I've seen this before. This is forced ceasefire. No, I don't know this one. Level conversion lab. Anomaly background. Anomaly. Mask golem. There's a mud golem. No. Oh, Aztec mask golem. Okay. Oh, I've seen that. This is like Ivy Shackles? No. Thorn of Malice. Galaxy Soldier. Oh, it's the worm. Yeah, very old vanilla. I don't know its name. Dungeon worm. Spell shattering arrow. Winged Kuribo level 10. Spirit Dao. Yeah, the Changshi Spirit Dao. That's the word I was looking. I thought it was Spirit Dao. I don't know this one. Reptilian poison. This is Ironsmith. Blacksmith. Kotetsu, yeah. Iron Blacksmith. Okay, it was all of that. What's going on here? I don't know this card. Magic Key Duo. Not the Zexel stuff. Not the Utopia rank up, whatever. Zexel Field, nah. I can't do those. That is Prime Banshee? Yeah. Ooh, that is the new Gen X Undyne, right? Our Gen X Undyne? No. Hydrogen X. Hydrogen X. I don't know this one. Seraphim Papillon. I think that's one of the Zephra Satellars. Nice. Zephraxiton. That is Anteater eating ant. Who is this? Never seen this little guy. Damage Eater. Hope of Gusto, I think. Yeah. No idea. Raid Raptor Call. Ooh, that's a psychic. Oh, what is he called? The old psychic dude. Emperor? Psychic Emperor? Yeah. No. Psychic Ankh, yeah. That is Victory Viper. That is Marksman. This is, I think it's a spell card that has one of the Borals on it. Yeah. Execute protocols. Ooh, this is old. Let's start Necrofear. Synchron support. No idea. Signal Warrior. Is that Union Hanger? No. What's this? Morphtronic. D-Grade Buster. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're slacking a little bit. That is Trap Tricks. Is it Sarah? I think it is Sarah. Yeah. I have no idea who you are. Gravekeeper, probably? Headman. It's not Harpy Lady Sisters, though, is it? I don't think it is. Harpy Lady Elegant. Or Elegance. Vampire Dragon. That's a Performa Pal. Oh, dude, we're doing terrible these last 1 or 2 minutes. I have no idea. I know it's a performer pal, but handstand the coon. This could be Ghost Trick Scare. Yeah. That's another Trick Star. Trick Star. The problem is, I don't know which one this is. Tricks. There's so many. Mandrake. No. Fusion. Trick Star. The Fusion is this one, right? No. Well, I gotta skip it. Delphindium. That's I think Cagna. That is High Priestess. Another Chronomaly, dude. Chronomaly. Hula Guardian? Chronomaly. Oh, this one's Mud Golem. Okay. That is Ice Jade Adrian. This is like Destruction Dragon or something. Oh no, this one. Pylon Charger. We got 4 seconds. Can we get this one quick? Nope, I don't know what this is. Okay. It's average 768. It's a little washed. It's just a tiny bit washed. It's okay. A little bit. Okay, we are looking for a high level warrior monster from before 2015, so it's an Unk card. It's higher than level 4. It's got more than 1500 attack, less than 1500 defense. It's not a dark monster, not an Exceed either. So, the thing is, the problem is we're looking for a high level monster with low defense. So a couple of the ones I'm thinking of are just like big warriors, but like can't be that. It could be, I believe, Grandmaster of the Six Samurai. Okay. It is a Earth. It is an Earth warrior, but it is bigger than Grandmaster of the Six Samurai in terms of level and attack points. So it can no longer be a synchro because it is just an effect monster, not a synchro. Earth Warrior. It could be UA. When did UA come out? Ooh, there is UAs from 2014. It could be a UA from 2014 if the stats match. Ooh. Hold up. We're looking for more than 21 and more than 800. But can't be. Okay. I don't think any of the UAs match the stats. No. Amazonas? There's Amazonas Queen, I believe. When did that come out? It could be Amazon. No, it can't be Amazonas Queen. It's got too much defense. Is there other Amazonas level 5 or 6? Or higher, I guess. 5. It can't be 5. 7. Nope. Nope. What else do we have in terms of Earth Warriors high level? Heroic? Those are usually level 4, aren't they? Yeah. Fall Troll? I'm pretty sure Fall Troll is too much defense. Yeah, 1800 defense is too high. X-Saber. Problem is, there's not many high-level X-Sabers that aren't extra deck monsters. I can only think of Fall Troll, and like Garda Strike is level 5. That doesn't work. Yeah. Inishi is light. Great Shogun Shien is fire. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, it shouldn't be that hard. Battle Guard King. Battle Guard King. Okay, I would not have guessed that one. What the hell is that card? Once per turn, tribute any number of warrior monsters except this card. For each tribute monster, this card gains an additional attack. Okay, dude. Yeah, I would not have guessed that one. All right. Warm up out of the way. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I am glad to be back. Of course, there hasn't been a stream in over a week. Sorry about that, but we are now back. And I'm also happy to announce that I'm going to be live on both days of the weekend as well. I was originally planning to go to the French Open, but that plan has been canceled. So you are going to get streams over the course of the weekend. So instead, we are going to watch YCS Pittsburgh together. So you're going to get, not only are you going to get weekend streams, you're also going to get super long weekend streams because we're going to probably be here for a while for YCS Pittsburgh both days, as well as we might be able to watch a little bit of the French Open as well. Why was it canceled? Well, no, the French Open is happening. I'm just not going anymore. My plans have been canceled because it's just been a little bit much for me recently. You know, I've been traveling. I've been out. You know, I haven't been home a lot, and I was just like, you know, like for the French Open, I would have had to start traveling tomorrow because it was quite far from where I live. So I would have had to leave tomorrow, and I would have come back on Monday. So it would have been 3 days of traveling for one regional, and I was just like, you know, I don't want to. So I changed some plans around, and now I'm gonna stay home. I found someone else who's gonna take my take the hotel that I booked and everything, and you know, it's been a little bit too much this month in terms of, because I also have a bunch of things coming up in the upcoming weeks, right? Like there's YCS Bologna, there's other things I'm gonna attend, and so on. And so I was just like, I need a little bit of a break, and I also didn't want to just not stream for this long. So here we are. But yeah. Yeah. I guess the good news is we're gonna be here for YCS Pittsburgh for both days, and that's good. That's good news for you guys because we can watch it together and hopefully get some interesting learnings from it for also YCS Bologna, because it's basically the same format. All right. Anyways, today we are going to be focusing on Master Duel a little bit after we've looked at that new Sword Soul card in a second. You won't be live next weekend. I will be live next weekend as well. I will be live next weekend as well. Like the week after, I'll be here too. Yeah. Anyways, the 3 Brave Sword Souls is the new V-Jump promo. We've had the artwork of this card for a while, but now we do have the effect, and we can check it out and see if it's going to be any relevant. Of course, Synchro is now, I guess, on the menu for Branded as well, with the new support that they're going to receive in Burst Protocol. So who knows where the applications of this card are. Anyways, level 8 light spellcaster Synchro effect monster, 2800 attack, 2800 defense, generic Synchro 8, so level 4 tuner and any non-tuner monsters. You can use the first and second effect. Oh, you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, you can add a level 4 or 8 spellcaster monster whose attack equals its defense from your deck or graveyard to your hand. You can target a face-up card on the field, negate its effects. Then, if you have an Ecclesia monster or Fallen of Albaz in your grave, you can destroy that card. First impression, I would have said really good if the second effect was a quick effect, I suppose. Maybe, do you think it would have been too good if the second effect was a quick effect, because it can also negate spell cards. It would have been insane if it was a quick effect. Read Pharaonic Advent. Okay, yeah, okay. I think I remember what Pharaonic Advent does. Hold up. Yeah. See, I was gonna talk about the implications of this card for Sword Soul and Brandon and stuff like that, but you guys are hitting me with a big gun right away. Okay. Pharaonic Advent is a spellcaster level 8 with 2000 attack, 2000 defense. Gains 300. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's this guy. Yeah. Tribute a monster. Special summon this card from your hand. Tribute a fairy, fiend, or reptile monster to add a continuous trap from your deck to your hand. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't include light in here, because that's clearly what you're meant to do with this, right? You're meant to search Quem, Ecclesia, Golden Sword Soul, or no, I don't know if Golden Sword Soul has the same attack and defense actually, but like, no, it does have. What's the one in hand? Iris, the Golden Sword Soul or whatever. I don't know, dude. Those are the ones you're supposed to search, right? You can search Spenta. Oh god. Oh yeah, Iris Sword Soul. Iris Sword Soul is the level 8 one, and the Golden Sword Soul is the level 4. But I'm not sure if the Golden Sword Soul has... Does the Golden Sword Soul have the same attack and defense? I thought it was 1800 attack and 15... I don't know. It's probably not that relevant because you're not going to really search that one. I think... I mean, Spenta is kind of crazy. If the fact that this can search Spenta is pretty nuts. Golden Sword Soul is also equal defense in it. Okay. This is a good card, I would say. It's not like crazy, but I definitely could see it being played. I think adding Spenta is more important than the random Floodgate Searcher. Realistically, I don't think this is gonna matter too much, but I could be wrong on that. There could be combo decks in the future that choose to search cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance. Like, being able to search Anti-Spell Fragrance in a generic fashion is pretty good. And it's not impossible that people are going to implement that in their combo decks in the future. If like if their board is like super weak to Dark Ruler, then you could see people search Pharaonic Advent and then search like Anti-Spell, especially post side. Yes. So I guess there's two ways you can look at this card. You can look at it from the perspective of, well, what does this card do for Sword Soul and what does this card do for Branded? And I think in both of those decks, I think it's pretty easy to see that this is a solid extra deck option. You know, like you can definitely see people use this in Sword Soul to search like Ecclesia or whatever, and you can see this in certain Branded synchro decks maybe to search Quem and then normal summon it or whatever. Like there's interesting uses for this card. However, it doesn't strike me as like a super broken card or anything like that, right? It's just like it's just basically on a, it's weaker than Sword Soul Yugioh, for example, right? I think we can agree on that, right? In the Sword Soul deck, this card is worse than the level 8 synchro that they already have, which is kind of right? In Branded, there's probably applications for this. If you decide to dabble around in synchro Branded after the new support, I could see certain lines for this where it's nice. I haven't like worked out the lines, of course, but it could be an okay card in Branded as well. And it also does have generic applications. You know, there's targets in other decks. You can search Spenta to set up crazy combos. And you can do Pharaonic Advent stuff as well post side. So overall, I would say really good card with a lot of uses. Some of them cool and some of them not so cool, right? Search plus Omni is broken. Well, it's not an Omni though, because this is not a quick effect. If this was a quick effect, like I said in the beginning, it would have been completely busted. But it's not. It's thankfully not a quick effect. If this was a quick effect, it'd be completely absurd. Yeah. Just ban the toxic cards. The answer is the same as with any other searcher. I agree with you on that one. I think if people use this card to search Pharaonic Advent and then that searches a continuous trap, the problem is the continuous trap. And if this is used to search Spenta and then Spenta can do anything you want in the game plus more and does your taxes at the same time, then the problem is probably Spenta and like the lack of locks on Spenta and so on and so forth. I personally don't think that this card, like a level 8 synchro that searches a card, is probably fine, realistically. Yeah. I really think so. But yeah. Okay, so and there's been more cards, but like for the most part, I've seen them already, and like there hasn't been anything super crazy. And so a lot of them are already like a bunch of days old, so I'm sure people have seen them already. So I don't think we have to cover like all there's been like a couple of like one-of cards that they revealed. I guess one thing we can take a look at really quickly is like they've done this one thing where they made a new Halka Fibrax, which I thought was pretty weird because no one wants that. But okay, let me see where am I? It's been a few days ago already. It's been a couple days since that happened. Which announcement was that? Have I gone too far already? I think I have. Hold up. Promotion pack OCG. Radius. Master Duel Forbidden Unlimited. I feel like I missed it already. Page 3. Sync-related reprints. It was page 4. The remaining new cards. Ah. Okay, the title didn't really give it away, but okay. Yeah, they decided to make retrains of a couple of classics. And I've seen these before, but I don't remember their effects. Like it's been a couple days since I've read these, and I haven't read all of them, and I haven't read them very thoroughly. But there's something that most of these cards have in common, which is that they are retrains of cards that at the time of their meta relevance were pretty broken. It's Dark Strike Fighter retrain. This is, I think, a Dark Matter retrain. Then there's a Kirin retrain and a Halka Fibrax retrain, which I believe all 4 of these cards have been banned in the past or are still banned for various reasons. And I think in the case of Dark Strike Fighter, it even got a text change to no longer be as broken as it once was. So on the one hand, I do think the idea behind this is kind of cool because, you know, giving they are iconic cards. They are iconic cards. So, you know, it's kind of okay. Or it's kind of cool at the same time. Dangerous territory. Dangerous territory. I really hope that these are not going to be as broke. I really don't remember what some of the... I don't even think I've read the Pendulum one yet, but yeah. let's take a quick look. Infernal Strike Fighter is a level 7 Dark Machine Synchro. Generic. During main phase 2, quick effect. Destroy as many face-up monsters on the field as possible, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the combined original levels of those destroyed monsters times 200. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can target a level 4 or lower machine in your grave, special summon it in defense position. You can only use each effect once per turn. This card, now that I've read it again, I do remember reading it for the first time. When I read it for the first time, I was pretty happy that it wasn't nearly as toxic as original Dark Strike Fighter was, which, just in case you're not as unk as I am with Dark Strike. So Dark Strike Fighter used to be a generic level 7 synchro that was basically Cannon Soldier, not once per turn. Tribute a monster to inflict damage times its level times 200. And which is, I mean, you can see why that's a problem in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? When you can generically access Cannon Soldier from your extra deck, there's a lot of crazy things that are happening. Because, you know, a lot of FTKs are a lot more consistent if you can just access Dark Strike Fighter or Cannon Soldier from your extra deck every time. As well as just like the card was just good back then because it made OTKing so easily. Because you would just attack with a bunch of guys and then tribute them in main phase 2 to inflict enough damage. Which was, funnily enough, the original reason why it was banned, because of the OTK potential. But in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I think the bigger problem with Dark Strike Fighter would be the FTKs. Which this card kind of does fix that, right? Like, this card cannot be used to FTK. This card is only basically an OTK / board clear tool in main phase 2, which I think is cool. Because this card is powerful, I think. You know, during main phase 2, you can make a Synchro 7 that is just a board wipe and does 200 and does a bunch of damage to your opponent, depending on what you destroy. And then it also brings back a machine from the grave just in case you're not burning for a game, right? So I do think this is a cool retrain. And yeah, it's basically, in my opinion, this is what they should do more often with problematic Yu-Gi-Oh cards. This is why I was so happy when I read this one. Instead of, I'm not a fan of when they errata a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I think if a Yu-Gi-Oh card is problematic, it should just be banned. I don't like when they take away from the iconic identity of a Yu-Gi-Oh card by changing its text, because it makes for a lot of historic examples where they errata a card because it's too powerful at the time, but then when it eventually comes back, it's just completely and utterly unplayable because of the errata they did to it, you know, like Brain Control or Goyo Guardian or whatever. Like, those cards, it's just like, you know, they change their text and then they eventually come back, but they're like just not the same anymore and they're unplayable. Even if they had their original effects, those cards would be unplayable. But it has a lot of weird implications where, like, you have different versions of the card. So if you play them in Time Wizard, for example, like you're not playing the proper text, or when you're trying to play old formats in Master Duel, all of a sudden Goyo Guardian, you know, much worse than it is. And so I'm not a fan of errataing cards in general. I'm a fan of retrains. If a card is problematic, or like if a card is being used in a problematic way that wasn't intended, or it's just more powerful than you thought it was going to be, I think just having the card be banned as long as it's a problem, and then just making a new card that does what you wanted the other card to do but more fair, I think is a better way of doing it. Of course, it does, like, you know, the ban list does get a little bit bigger with that, but, you know, who cares at this point? The Yu-Gi-Oh ban list is always going to get bigger over time, so, you know, whatever. And I feel like also Genesis format has kind of shown me that, like, people don't care if the list has 500 cards, you know, at least the people I talk to or the people that I've been playing Genesis with, like, no one cares. No, I've never heard the complaint of like, oh, the Genesis list is so long. Like, if you care about the cards, just look it up. But yeah, anyways, I digress. This card is cool. It's a cool retrain of Dark Strike Fighter that preserves the initial use of the card, you know, go second OTK in main phase 2, without providing the FTK potential that Dark Strike Fighter have. So that's cool. Galaxy Ice Antimatter Dragon. Level 9 Light Dragon Exceeds monster. 4,000 attack, 0 defense. 2 level 9 monsters. Once per turn, you can also exceed summon it by using an Xyz monster you control with 3 or more materials. Transfer its materials. Any battle damage this card with material inflicts to your opponent is halved. You can detach a material from this card. This card gains the ability this turn to make up to 2 attacks on monsters. Then, if the detached material was a monster, you can send a monster with its same type from your deck to the graveyard. This card, on the other hand, when I read it at first, I wasn't sure about all the implications for this, but this card, in my opinion, just screams to be abused. In terms of like there's gonna be something. There's gotta be something here. Because this card is super easy to summon. Basically, I mean, there's a bunch of ways to cheat the Exceed mechanic to a point where you can summon one Exceed monster and then put another one on top of it, and then just like summon this on top of that, and so on and so forth. And then you're gonna get a 4,000 attack monster that can detach twice and Foolish Burial. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you cannot use this when you're going first. Because I believe if you don't have a battle phase this turn, you cannot attempt to gain the ability to make 2 attacks. I think this is, once again, it's Unk Josh at it, but I'm comparing this to Mermail Abyss Megalo back in like Mermail days, where I don't think you could use its effect to tribute a water to attack twice if you didn't have a battle phase this turn. So I guess that makes this card a little bit fairer, where you can't use it when you're going first, because that would have been super broken. But yeah. Still, I think this is pretty good. Actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, if you can only do this going second, maybe I'm okay with it. Maybe I'm okay with it, because realistically, when you're playing into the board, is it really that problematic if you could summon a 4,000 guy that can foolish a monster and attack twice? Probably not. It's gonna make for some good plays for sure. It's a good card. It is a good card for sure, because it also makes big Zeus more easy. And stuff like that. Yeah. The damage is halved, so it's not exactly an OTK tool. Yeah, that too. Yeah, no, actually, you know what? I've changed my mind. I didn't realize initially that you can't use this when you're going first. It's probably fine. Yeah, no, this one's cool too. Yeah, okay. I like it. I changed my mind. Wind Unicorn Parallel the Draco Slayer. Now, this is a retrain to Magispector Unicorn Kirin. Which, is Kirin still banned? No, right? Kirin is legal. Kirin isn't the problem at the moment, but it was once upon a time. Level 6 Wind Spellcaster Pendulum. Pendulum Scale 2. Pendulum effect. If you have a card in your other Pendulum zone, you can activate one of these effects. Special summon this card. Destroy this card, and if you do, special summon a level 5 or lower Pendulum monster card from your Pendulum zone. You can only use this effect once per turn, so in scale, it can be a extender / starter in a weird way, as part of like 2-card combos, which isn't nothing too crazy here in terms of the scale effect. Monster effect. While this Pendulum summoned card is in your monster zone, your opponent cannot target it with card effects. Also, it can't be destroyed by card effects. Quick effect. You can target a Pendulum monster card you control and one card your opponent controls, return them to the hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. This is basically Kirin, but as a Draco Slayer, which I feel like could have some implications, because it's got the Draco Slayer name. So Draco Slayers are going to have access to it. Here's the thing. Like, I've played against Draco Slayers in both TCG and Master Duel. But especially in Master Duel, the deck was a thing sometimes. And I don't. I'll to say it lightly. I don't think that what Draco Slayers are missing is end board pieces, or ways to summon more interruptions against the opponent. I feel like Draco Slayer, because the way I remember Draco Slayer is like when I hand trap them, they if I Max C or Fuba them, I probably get decked out, especially under Max C. Whenever I've done that, I get decked out. And whenever I don't hand trap them, their boards are always completely unbreakable because they'll always do some crazy stuff like your opponent cannot summon, your opponent cannot activate spells and stuff like that. So I feel like I don't know if one more Kieran is gonna make or break that deck, but I guess it's not a bad card. I think if anything, maybe the scale effect is the relevant one for Draco Slayers because it's like another Draco Slayer scale that summons more bodies, so it's easier to extend into Beyond or into Electromite if you're playing Master Duel where Electromite's legal for some reason. But yeah, it's hard for me to evaluate exactly what a pendulum deck needs to be viable in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I just don't really vibe with modern pendulum decks, because I feel like every time a pendulum deck, like a regular pendulum combo deck is played, it's always just like, in my eyes, it's always just like pendulum combo slop that all tries to do the same thing, but slightly different, you know? Whether it's a Morphage locking you out of the game, or searching field spells that lock you out of the game, like Necro Valley or Secret Village of the Spellcasters or whatever. It's just like, I don't know, man. And I don't really want to think about what they need to be playable because I don't really want that type of stuff to be playable. Yeah. Okay. And then we have Crystron Halkify Brax Prism. A Link 3 water machine that requires 2+ monsters, including a tuner. If this card is Link summoned, special summon a tuner from your extra deck in defense position with a level less than or equal to the total original levels of the monsters used as material. During your opponent's main or battle phase, quick effect, you can banish this card you control, special summon 3 Crystron tokens, which are level 1, but they can't be tributed. You can only use each effect once per turn. So, this card, from what I've seen online, and I've only seen very few things, this seems to be the most problematic out of the bunch, because you're just like cheating out. The one I've seen most often is cheating out Denglong, and then just doing things with that. I feel like it's actually reading all of these one by one, and then this one being the last one, I feel like is kind of weird, because it feels like with the first, especially now that I've read them a little more thoroughly and I've like discussed them a little bit, it's like, okay, well, you've fixed the problems with the Dark Strike Fighter by making it main phase 2 only and not FTK material. You fixed Dark Matter Dragon by making it going second exclusive and only Foolish 1 card from your deck, and so on. Like, it feels like they've been careful with these cards, and it feels like they made like good Yu-Gi-Oh cards that kind of preserve the identity of what they're trying to retrain, without creating something super broken. And then there's this guy, which is just, it's lacking every single thing that would make it a balanced Yu-Gi-Oh card. You know, there's no lock on here. It is super generic in all senses. I mean, you need a tuner, sure, cool. It can be used as link material, which is another thing that I feel like is kind of frustrating. Like, if this card even said something along the lines of, this card cannot be used as link material during the turn that you summon it. Like, for example, they even put that stuff on Silhouette Rabbit, out of all things, you know, which is much less powerful than this. And so it's just a Link 3 that cheats out a monster from the extra deck, that can then be used as link material for further like linking into a Link 4 or anything like that. It is a 1-card Link 4 also. Like, you just summon out a tuner from the extra deck. Like in the case of Denglong, for example, right? Denglong, I believe. What is Denglong? It's like on summon, it searches, and then when it goes to grave, it specials. So like summoning this into Denglong just gives you 2 cards from your deck and the Link 4 already. And there's probably more. There's probably more uses for this card. The new Dragoonity. Yeah, what was the new Dragoonity Link 4 called again? Dragoonity Georgius. 2+ monsters, including a tuner. If this card's link summoned or your opponent special summons a monster, you can special level 5 or higher Dragoonity from your extra deck or grave. Your opponent cannot act. Yeah, okay, so what you're telling me is you make this, which cheats out a tuner, which then allows you to summon this because it's a link 4 that requires a tuner. And then the tuner you summon off of Halqifibrax probably like does a bunch of things as well. And then this summons another Dragoonity from your extra deck. And this is also a an Omni negate. It's a spell trap negate. Yeah. Look, I don't even need to see the combo lines. I don't even need to see any replays to know that I'm not a fan of this card. I am not a fan of this. This feels like throwing all of the things that we keep saying, or all of the things that we should have learned by now about especially generic extra deck monster card design. It just throws it out of the window. It feels like you make Halqifibrax and you realize, okay, that card probably shouldn't have been made the way it was made, and so we have to ban it. And then you make this thing, which in most senses just has the same applications as Halqifibrax. Like, sure, it's a link 3 instead of a link 2, but what does that really matter? Dude, I've played enough Yu-Gi-Oh to understand that this card probably shouldn't have been made this way. I don't know. Yeah, that's all I have for Crystron Halqifibrax Prism. Does the tuner summon count as synchro or just special? This is just a special summon. So it's not a properly synchro summoned monster that you cheat out with it. But yeah. Funnily enough, I don't even know how much this does for Crystron. Like, is this even that good for Crystron? No, right? It's just, once again, and I guess they kind of nailed the retrain in that sense, because original Halqifibrax also did basically nothing for Crystron to make it meta or anything like that. It was just played in everything. Like, I mean, I'm sure Crystron played it, but no one played Crystron because of it. And so now, same thing, you know? Good job, I guess. Yeah, I mean, in that sense, good job, right? They've nailed the exact same vibe that Crystron Halqifibrax had with Crystron Halqifibrax Prism, which, if that was the goal, then good job. However, it's not a very good vibe. It's not something that people wanted, but sure, here we go. Another card that may probably have to get banned in the future if people start comboing with it. Awesome. All right. Enough yapping. I want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And we are going to play Master Duel today, because today is a glorious day for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, hopefully. And that is what I want to focus on for now. We're going to look at the new pack in a second, but really quickly, just so we're all on the same page for today, this ban list is now in effect. So if you have these cards and you haven't dismantled them yet, there's a lot of bonuses to be had at the moment, because they actually started hitting some super rares and ultra rares finally. They banned Appaloosa, they banned Ouroboros, and they banned Anti-Spell, all of which are ultra or super rare. If you have an alt art Appaloosa, I'm not entirely sure how it works with the dismantling on alt art Appaloosa. I believe which I think is a little weird. But I believe they've announced that in the future, there's going to be a system where if they ban an alt art, you can get rid of it and you get like a ticket in exchange. You get a ticket and you can change that for a different alt art or something like that. The problem is, and I think that's a little bit weird, is that that's not here yet. So that feature doesn't exist yet. So if you have an alt art Appaloosa, I think right now you have to hold on to it if you want the ticket. If you want the ticket to exchange your banned Appaloosa in the future for a different alt art, I think you have to hold it for now. So just I wanted to put that out there. If you have an alt art Appaloosa and you want to change it for any other alt art in the future, then don't dismantle it yet. But the other ones, Ouroboros, Anti-Spell, Called by the Grave, X Ryziel, Sword Ryziel, Chessy Cat, all of those are going to give you solid rewards or the upgraded dismantled bonus thingy when you get rid of them. So don't forget to dismantle all of these extra copies that you now have. But yeah, no, this is a ban list. If you've seen my reaction to this ban list, I recorded it off stream when they announced it, and I posted it on YouTube. I was pretty happy about this. It's not, of course, you know, the big elephant in the room is Maxi is still legal in Master Duel, but other than that, I think this is a pretty good ban list, you know, banning a bunch of problem cards and, you know, limiting Ryziel cards, limiting Malice cards, limiting Cult by the Grave, hitting Droll Lockbird. I think it's a banger of a list. So I'm happy about it, and I want to check out some, Master, where's there? That was the Charlie cam. Okay. It's a good ban list, and it's accompanied by a pretty interesting pack that I want to talk about for a second before we hop into some. Of course, we're going to play Sky Striker today, okay? That's obviously going to be the first thing I'm going to try from this pack, but I want to talk about the implications of this pack a little bit, because it's actually, I think, quite the meta-relevant pack, especially considering the fact that they have slightly adjusted Malice's power level, and they have hit Ryziel a decent bit as well. These new cards are pretty relevant, and we're gonna find out how good. We're gonna see how good exactly Sky Striker is today. But I want to talk about some of these decks in particular, and I think honestly something that I'm. It's a mix of scared and interested in seeing how it's going to work out is Lunalight. Because Lunalight is a very, very special Yu-Gi-Oh deck, and it's very polarizing. It's a very polarizing Yu-Gi-Oh deck, and for those of you that haven't been playing the TCG, I guess the best way to put it, or the best way to explain Lunalight as a deck, is just looking at Lunalight Liger Dancer. This card is a 3,800 fusion monster that is unaffected by everything that isn't a Lunalight card. It can attack twice with 3,800, and it can quick effect send a Lunalight from the extra deck to the grave to Raigeki the opponent on special summon monsters. So this is the win con of Lunalight, is just summon a 3,800 completely unaffected monster that attacks twice and Raigekis the opponent, and just hope that the opponent can't out it. Which in the TCG has already been a very relevant strategy for the last couple of months since the deck has come out. You know, it's been meta. People have played well with, people have played this deck. People have done well with this deck in best of 3. And it also got second at the World Championships. Because basically what this deck does is it very heavily focuses on, well, is my opponent prepared for it? If not, then if I summon just one Liger Dancer, I can win in basically every game state if the opponent can't beat it. And in most of the standard Lunalight combos, they will not only summon one Liger Dancer, they will summon 2 Liger Dancers. So if you have just a single Underworld Goddess in your deck or whatever, and you can get to it, that's not enough. You need ways to out multiple Liger Dancers. So this deck, I think, is potentially a pretty big deal in Master Duel because it is a deck that functions, I think, a lot better in best of 1 than it does in best of 3. In the TCG at the moment, a lot of people are siding for Lunalight. Not every single deck does, but like a lot of decks will use cards like Lava Golem, or a lot of decks are on like searchable kaiju technology, where you summon, for example, a Hita, the Fire Charmer, and play like one Dogoran, so you can search that. A lot of Mitsurugi decks play the Mitsurugi Kaiju, the Wosu, in the side deck. The problem is those cards are not good in every matchup, and they're also not very good when you're going first. So you run into this problem where in best of 1, do you want to heavily prepare for Lunalight to make sure you can beat 1 or even 2 Liger Dancers in just the best of 1 game that you're playing, right? And that's going to be an interesting question in best of 1. And I think Lunalight, like realistically, if we look at these kind of strategies that benefit from best of 1, like for example Tenpai in the past, Tenpai is a deck that was better in best of 1 than it was in best of 3 because it was a blind second deck. It kind of lived off of the surprise factor, whereas in best of 3 it was still good, but it was not as dominant as it was in Master Duel. In Master Duel, Tenpai, I feel like, was, I think, out of TCG, OCG, and Master Duel, Tenpai was at its strongest in Master Duel because best of 1. Lunalight should be in the same boat, in my opinion. I think Lunalight is probably at its best out of the 3 formats in Master Duel, which, if you think about that for a second, that means it's probably pretty good in best of 1 because it was good in OCG, it's good in TCG currently, and if it's better than that in Master Duel, it's pretty good. One thing that's worth noting is that every single Lunalight deck plays Baguska, because Baguska is actually broken in Lunalight because it doesn't affect your own Liger Dancer, so you can just attack your opponent while you have Baguska in defense mode. So the standard end board of Lunalight is double Liger Dancer, SP Little Knight, and Baguska in TCG at the moment, and they cannot make that board in Master Duel, so you're gonna not have to play against Baguska, at least. We're gonna see how much that matters in the long term, but yeah. That deck is pretty relevant. Another deck that could potentially be pretty relevant is Onomat. Onomat is a rank 4 engine that has been really, really strong in the TCG, especially. And especially with Droll and Lockbird going to 2, you could see some decks probably pop up, because, Onomat Ryzeal is the deck we're talking about right now. Of course, this is the ban list that also banned Evil Swarm Ouroboros, so we cannot loop it with Eclipse Twins, but Eclipse Twins is a big deal for Ryzeal decks. So even outside of hand looping, Eclipse Twins is a really, really good card. So Onomat Ryzeal, I believe, is also a deck to be on the lookout for. And then we got Sky Striker, which I think is also one of those decks, funnily enough, that benefits from best of 1, which makes me happy, because you can play like blind second Sky Striker. The problem for Sky Striker, and I guess we're going to see if we run into this problem today at all, is Sky Striker cannot out double Liger Dancer. So if we're blinding second into Lunalight, we're probably going to lose. I'm not even sure if it's worth playing the Kaiju, because the problem with Sky Striker Hamp is I believe it's once per turn to summon. So you cannot possibly out 2 Liger Dancers with 1 Hamp in the deck. So if you play, and the problem is, if you play no hand traps, there's no point in playing 1 Hamp, because every Lunalight combo, unless they mess it up, makes 2 Ligers. So yeah. But anyways, I've already opened packs before the stream because I wanted to maximize playtime and so on. So we're gonna build a Sky Striker deck right now. The first question that I'm asking myself while I adjust the accessories: should we go first or should we go second? Because Sky Striker can do both, in my experience. Sky Striker can do both. Also, yes, Amatsu is legal in Master Duel, which is cool. Amatsu, where is it? Where is Amatsu? Here. This card is not out in the TCG yet. It is a new Link 1. One Sky Striker Ace monster. You can only special summon Amatsu once per turn. When a monster your opponent controls with 2000 or more attack activates its effect, quick effect, you can make the activated effect become destroy a Sky Striker Ace Link monster your opponent controls. When an attack is declared involving this card and an opponent's monster, you can target a Sky Striker Ace monster you control and one card your opponent controls, destroy them. It's just a neat utility tool in the extra deck. It's not super broken, but we are going to play it. But yeah. So. We also got Camellia. We also got Combined Maneuver. I'm not sure how many of these we actually need. I'm just throwing in a bunch of the options that we have. We probably want SP. Have you completed the collector's file? I got the collector's file, but there's a bunch of random Sky Striker cards that I don't have. And I didn't really want to just craft them for no reason right now. Like, I don't have Aileron, I don't have Spectre, I don't have the Cianos right now. And also, the collector's file includes regular art Kagari and alt art Kagari. And when I got the alt art Kagaris, I got rid of the regular ones. And I don't want to craft ultra rares right now just to complete the thing. Yeah. But yeah. Okay, we're gonna play 3 Rays. We're gonna play 1 Rose because Pot of Desires I think is limited in Master Duel anyways, so I don't think it's worth building your deck around that. This, I don't know how good Shark Cannon is in Master Duel right now. If a lot of Mitsurugi runs are out, we are gonna want it. If we go second, we want Jamming Waves. If we don't blind second, we don't want Jamming Waves. We definitely want 3 of this. We definitely want 3 Engage. We want 3 Linkage. I'm not a huge fan of Hornet Drones. We want 1 multi-roll. The extra deck is now 16. Yeah, we're going to have to cut some stuff from the extra deck. Triple Tactics. We're going to play 3 Thrust. Maybe 1 or 2 Talons. I'm not sure yet. We're going to play Upstart. We're going to play the 1 copy of Called By. I feel so good to see a 1 next to this card, dude. I mean, preferably I would like to not see it at all, but dude. I'm not sure if we're gonna play Maxi and Ash Blossom in this deck. I'll throw them in for now. We can play Black Goat. If we're, you know what? Let's try going first with Sky Striker. It's what I'm more interested in right now. Droplet is pretty good. We could play Goods. Oh yeah, Rhoda. Droll might be good this format. I mean, I don't know how much I vibe with hand traps in this deck. I guess it is a small amount. Can we try Runic? Oh yeah, I did want to play Striker Runic at some point. The thing is, I want to realistically, I want to try a more standard version first, and then work my way towards like the more like the different versions, right? Okay, so we've got Thrust Talons. We play a Blackout for going first. We can play Goods. Oh, it's limited. Do I really want to play 1 Metal Foes Fusion for 1 Foolish Burial Goods? I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. However, we are missing the Radiant Typhoon quick play spell. So Chicken Game. Chicken Game is at 3. We could play 3 Chicken Games. I think it should be more Talons. Do we just run it with the 1 desires? I feel like we could. We probably should just play the 1 of desires. It's nothing bad is gonna happen. Didn't you want to try Super Poly? We could play Super Poly. I'm not sure how good Super Poly is in Master Duel right now, and it's also going to take some extra deck spaces. But I don't hate the idea of trying Super Poly. So we can get away with 2 Kagari 2-0, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Do we need this? At the start of the damage step, if this card attacks while you have Ray and Rose in your grave, destroy all monsters your opponent. It's cool. It's not... I personally haven't really used this one either much. But it is decent removal. If you link summon on the opponent's turn. It can run over Liger in the battle phase. Wait, which one? Engage 0. How? I don't think so. I don't think Azalea or Camellia are needed. I liked Azalea a lot in the TCG when I played this deck. Camellia, I'm not sure I need it. We need to cut 1 card from this. Play 2 droplets. Avermax for Liger. So you do need to play IP Masquerena for that too, right? So in theory, shouldn't we play more Rose and Lemnis with Desires? I'm not going to put more cards, like I'm not going to put duplicates into the deck just for the 1 copy of Desires. Yeah, the problem with those extra deck outs for Liger Dancer that involve IP Masquerena, in my opinion, is the fact that you're gonna you're just gonna get board wiped when you summon the IP Masquerena, unless your opponent just isn't playing well, which I don't want to rely on. Just play Hamp if you're scared of Liger. It's not that simple because they usually summon 2 Ligers. They usually summon 2 Ligers. And Hamp is once per turn, so it doesn't work. Okay, so this would be going first. Let me just try it for a couple of games. Let's see how it goes. But honestly, I think in best of 1, I'm more inclined to try a blind second version of the deck eventually, but I think you have to ignore Lunalight with this deck. Honestly, depending on how popular the deck is, you could in best of 1. Because, like, especially if you're playing blind second Sky Striker, it might just be a matter of, well, Lunalight is a bad matchup for me. Oh, I think we've walked into a mirror. Oh, never mind. Is it striker or not? What is Morganite striker? Okay. Can I out it? I can out it with Lemniscate. But the problem is I need to get Sky Striker spells into the graveyard for that. How is this the first game I run into, dude? It's actually so dumb. I need to put at least 2 Sky Strikers into the grave, but that's gonna happen naturally. Oh yeah, they did add a spectate feature in the game now. I saw that. Oh, it's a light monster. Hold up. The problem is, like, I can out this now, but my hand is so shit. So what's the set? Inspector Border is the only one I can think of that they couldn't have normal summoned for more damage. Yep. And now I can use both. So they have Widow Anchor face down. I probably have to trade with the Shizuku. The problem is, if I attack now and they use a spell card, kind of bad for me. But they can't use Widow Anchor. Okay. Bro, my hand is so awful in this matchup. Because I can't even Kagari anything. Ugh. Okay. That works. That beats it because I have light and dark engrave. I think I'll just summon a 0. They have their own super poly. That's funny. Um. Oh, dude. Why does my day have to start like that? Show their list? No. I'm not gonna help. I'm not gonna help distribute that madness. Okay, this hand's nice. Okay, no Maxi or Fuba is cool. Probably gonna use the linkage here, just free up my extra monster zone. Because 0 cannot be used as link material. And it would also put a third spell into my grave. Let's just put out the Kaina. Probably the least important one, because I'm just going to link off into Fugari anyways in a second. They did have a response to something. I don't know what it was. The Ash? It is Ash. Okay. Do the one of... So, multi-roll? Oh, not the rose, man. Not the rose. Can I make good use of that? Hold up. Send a Sky Striker card from your deck to the grave. If you have 3 or less spells in the grave. I have 5. Okay. Actually. Send it with multi-roll, but there's no real benefit I get from that. Probably just going to be a droplet send. If it was Ray, it would have been a good draw, because that in the grave would have actually helped. Oh, hello. Okay, that was disgusting. That was a little disgusting. That hand is also pretty disgusting, however. Bonfire, Habakiri, Ritual, and Plugin. Okay. I guess. Goodbye, Habakiri. Okay, so currently I have a bunch of... Can yeah, okay, let's go Shizuku. Currently, I'm not getting any resets of multi-roll in the end phase. I definitely want to set this, and this. I'm currently thinking about holding Droplet and setting a linkage instead, because linkage can turn into a pop as well in the end phase. So I just have more interruption. Yeah. I'm gonna hold Droplet for the follow-up turn. Set linkage. And add a Shark Cannon from deck to hand, because they're playing Mitsurugi Raizio. If they start with Bonfire into Ext, I can just Black Goat Ext, I guess. Then they have to normal summon it. Yeah. Or I could just Widow Anchor it as well. Valon isn't in the game, right? Yeah. I'll just Widow it. Do have to chain this here. So the problem with 0 here is I have to summon Ray and Rose from deck or grave, and because I top decked the 1 Rose, I can't use that right now. Until Lemnis? No. Maybe it's this then. Yeah, I'll do Amatsu. So now it's down to what they drew, because it was Bonfire, Ritual, Spell. Oh, that's freaking insane top deck. Ritual and plugin, yeah. Oh, they're not searching Habakiri. Okay, if Ritual from hand now, that's GG, because I just black goat it. Murakumo. All right. GG. Yep. Okay. Can you play Runic Striker? We will eventually play Runic Striker. I don't know, probably not today, because that's probably a project that takes up an entire stream. But at some point next week, probably. Yes, will do. This hand is awesome. That is no longer as awesome. It's fine because we chain Ray here. So we're gonna go into 0. This is one of the problems if you go first with this deck is Maxi and Fuva. I mean Maxi is always a problem, but Fuva is less of a problem if you go first. If you go second, of course. So I guess we'll just grab an engage to fill the grave with spells. I don't know if we can draw from it. I don't think we will be able to draw from it because like I really want a talents to look at their hand and I want to give them no draws. So let's go and do that. Well, luckily, I don't think this matchup is much of a problem for us here. Yeah, okay. I was thinking about what the ideal thing was, but realistically, the game was over anyways. That is not a matchup that you like to see. That's, funnily enough, I think this is one of the things that is going to make Sky Striker probably one of my favorite decks to play for a while in Master Duel now. Not just because I like Sky Striker, because I do think the deck is better into Maxi than other decks. Because like there's still gonna be games where Maxi is gonna hurt, but like it's not that bad for Sky Striker. It really isn't that bad. Oh, we were sent first. Okay, so it's probably a Sky Striker mirror. Is it good for the Duelist Cup? That is something I'm gonna try and find out. I mean, if it is good, it would definitely be one of the decks that I would like to play in it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 It's maybe too slow. I think like that used to be an argument that I used to say every time when there was a Duelist Cup, and that might be true for like the first day maybe, but realistically on the final day or the last 2 days, like realistically what matters most is your win rate. So if the deck is good, even if the games are a little bit slower, I think it's fine. Shade Brigandine. Oh my god. Okay. I'll grab some water. I'll be right back. I just noticed I don't have water here, and this is the perfect opportunity to dude, if I didn't have water at home, I could probably go to the store and buy it right now. But yeah, I'll be right back. I don't play the Sky Striker Kaiju right now. The reason being that I was mainly considering Lunalight, and the problem with the Lunalight matchup is that they summon 2 towers. And I think like because the Kaiju is once per turn, it doesn't really make sense in my opinion to play it, because you're just gonna give them a Kaiju, they're gonna kill you next turn with the second Liger. You can play 1 Ham, 1 Dogoran. I can, yes, but I'm not willing to make my deck that bad just because of Lunalight, when those cards are not good in most other matchups. I don't think that's worth it. I would rather just take the loss against Lunalight, in my opinion. But it's something that it's the first day of Lunalight in Master Duel. Like, we'll see how popular it is. If at a certain point you run into Lunalight like every second game, then yeah, sure, I'll put outs into the deck. So far, we haven't played against a single Lunalight, and I'm not gonna put the Kaiju into my deck because we ran into a Raid Raptor duelist. Also, if it's just towers in Raid Raptors, I can win with Hayate attacking them directly twice. Like, I can attack them with a 1500 Hayate, and then on the next turn I can make a 2500 one. I don't know. Because this deck doesn't really have the Raigeki stuff, right? So if I can just clean the board up somehow... I don't know. I just want to see what they end on. I don't care. If we can't out it, then we can't out it. It's whatever. I hate these cards in this deck so much. I already hate that I put these in here. It's probably Kali Yuga. What does Kali Yuga do? It negates all of your cards for the turn. Could be Luna Light. That'd be scary. Oh, it's Orchest. Okay. This hand is fine against Orchest. If the token stays, it could be mildly annoying. Can I... Any link to... This needs effect monsters. This need... this... I can make Azalea with it. Or Zeke. That's fine. I'm not sure if I prefer them going for the field spell or the counter trap. I think the counter trap is probably better against me. Even though I do have super poly, so... Actually, maybe not. Super poly would have been very good against the counter trap. Well, we'll see. Maybe they hard drew the counter trap and that's why they went for the field spell. I just came back. Is this a retro format duel? Yes. It's 2019. Sky Striker versus Orchest. Good times. No, don't take my token. This and Little Girsu really is a problem. Because if I super poly these two, I guess I get a Mud Dragon, but the end Little Girsu can still send something. Hmm. You can call by it? Yeah, well, I'm thinking like I probably have to call by a hand trap. I guess we'll see. I'm kind of tempted to make a Garura because that draws me a card later on. And it disables the counter trap for now. I like drawing cards. Okay, so far they haven't brought back anything. If I just click battle phase now, is that so bad? If they let me go? Yeah, they don't let me go. That's what I thought. Yeah. Discard the symbols. They didn't go through Dingirsu, did they? I feel like their line was very lackluster. Are you done now? Look, has to be a dark monster that they make here, so it's probably just SP. If I had to guess, yeah. Even if they weren't locked into darks, they can't make Apple anymore, which is good news. All right, I guess no draw from Garura, Sag. No draw from Garura, Sag. I think I'll draw. If this is Crescendo, it's not live right now. Well, that's awesome. It's just two cards I already had. Nice. That's not great. That really is not great. Why no 0? They can negate 0 with this. And I don't want to be stuck with 0 on the field yet. So this is fine because I get Ray back now, and I can still tag out. Unless it's called by. Okay, I guess I asked for that. That's not good. They had to chain SP there for me to have a chance. Well played. The problem is, like, I can take the Girsu and threaten to attack over the SP, which forces them to chain the SP. But the problem is then I have to chain Widow Anchor to take the SP, and then I have SP and Girsu, and SP and Girsu doesn't do anything. Because they have the crown still. Oh yeah, I knew at the start of the turn, I was thinking about how this could go, and I was like, eventually I'm gonna lose if that set is called by the grave. Would you mind showing the deck pretty quick? I can show you, however, I will say it does not feel optimal. I don't feel like... I feel like in best of one, you should probably just blind second and play some actual board breakers in this deck. But this is like this is like the most, like the balanced way to play it if you want to go first and everything. But yeah. Can you or did you post your Necros Genesis list? For now, or like at least today, it's only on my Patreon, but I will post it soon everywhere. But it's just I have a habit of immediately posting most of my deck lists on my Patreon for the people that support there, and then eventually I'll show it on stream or on the Plus channel, like in the upcoming days. Yeah. We've got some new cards before we hop into the next game. I almost immediately want to play the blind second version of the deck. In a second. Hold up. Okay. New Charmers. Charmer support was expected because they are the next animation chronicles thingy is Charmers. We're getting a Charmer anime next, so that makes sense. I guess we have the first couple of cards from these, and I mean, I will say the Sky Striker support as well as the branded support pretty good, so maybe they can make Charmers viable. I don't know. Charmers, the deck has never been a thing, right? Like Charmers as a deck hasn't really ever been good. They only had individually good cards in the extra deck, the Link to Charmers. Those were pretty good, or are still really good to this day. So let's see what we got here. We've got Charmers of the Grand Circle, a level 6 light spellcaster fusion, which needs 2+ Charmers and or familiar possessed monsters. You can only use the effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is fusion summoned, you can activate and repeat this effect up to 4 times by choosing and applying one of the following up to the number of different attributes of monsters used as material. This card gains 800. Add a possessed spell trap from your deck to your hand. Return a card on the field to the hand, or special a spellcaster from the grave. Am I reading this right? That you can do the same effect over and over. So if you fuse 4 different attribute charmers, you can add 4 spell traps from your deck to your hand. I mean, realistically, I feel like it sounds more broken than it is, because you're fusing 4 cards away and you're just replacing those 4 cards, but you've created a huge choke point in the meantime, right? Like, imagine getting impermed on that, or ashed on that, or whatever. If this card's fusion summon, you can activate and repeat this effect up to 4 times. Does it activate 4 times, like, separately? Like, does it go onto the same chain, like, multiple times? I think so, right? Is it one activation that within that one chain link, it just repeats 4 times? Or does it, like, I think it starts a new chain for each? No, that's not possible. It cannot start a new chain each time, because that is no longer the same. Like, if you activate the effect and resolve it, you would no longer have the same trigger condition of if this card is fusion summoned. That would be gone. That window is over. I think the way it reads is that this card activates multiple times, which is not unheard of, by the way. It's not unheard of that cards, like the same card, can trigger multiple times in the same chain. It's just not very common. But an example is Branded Regained, for example. Branded Regained has 2 different effects that can trigger at the same time. When, for example, let's say your opponent summons a Bestial by banishing your Dark in the Grave. Both trigger conditions are met, so you can activate both effects of Branded Regained in the same chain. So, like, Chainlink 1 Branded Regained to draw, Chainlink 2 Branded Regained to summon. That's possible. So, in this instance, I guess it's just a little bit weird, because it's the same effect of the same card activating multiple times. But the way it reads here is that it would work like this, which, funnily enough, means you can chain block it from an Ash Blossom, for example. If, let's say, you fuse this with 3 monsters, you could go Chainlink 1 effect to search, Chainlink 2 effect to search, Chainlink 3 effect to revive, and then your opponent just can't Ash the first 2. Imperm will destroy you. If that's the case. Like, Imperm will always destroy that. But, like, and even if you let's say you want to search multiple times, and you go Chainlink 1 to search, Chainlink 2 to search, Chainlink 3 to search, if they Ash on that, it only negates one of those, right? Repeat the choose one of the following effects and apply that effect process up to the number of original attributes types used for. Look, the wording on this card is weird. We don't know exactly how it's going to work yet. We're going to need to wait for some clarification. However, I will say, if it was just one chain link, I think it would be worded differently, right? Because if it was one chain link, wouldn't it just say, like, apply 4 of those following effects? You can choose multiple, or like you can choose the same one multiple times. Like, it would say something like, just apply one of those 4 up to the number of attributes. I have no idea, dude. Activate and repeat this effect up to 4 times. I have no idea. Honestly, I don't think it matters that much either, because realistically, I think it's just going to make a difference into Ash Blossom. Because, I mean, that's the key difference, right? Like, if your opponent has Ash Blossom, if they're all one chain link, you're going to stop everything. If it's multiple chain links, then you're only going to stop one of the searches, but they're still going to get the rest. But yeah. Spellbook of the Grand Circle. Wait, Spellbook? Spellbook? Is it going to be called Spellbook? Is it going to be searchable by the Spellbook cards and stuff like that? Normal spell. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name once per turn. Add 4 Charmer monsters with different attributes from your deck, grave, and/or banishment to your hand. Then return 2 cards from your hand to your deck. Okay, you know what? This is the type of cards that they need to make Charmers an actual deck. Because Charmers are not good Yu-Gi-Oh cards, except for the Link monsters. So, like, this kind of crazy effect is kind of what is necessary, I suppose. The problem is, even with that, you're searching for cards that are all pretty mediocre. They basically have to make new Charmers. Because you're not going to play the freaking old 20-year-old... like the 20-year-old Charmer flip monsters or something like that. But yeah, if realistically, this is just a +1. It is just a +1 because you're searching for, you're putting 2 back. It sounds crazy, but it is technically just a +1. You can banish this card from your grave, fusion summon a fusion monster using Charmers and their familiar possessed from your hand or field. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when that monster... Okay, well, there you go. If you fuse with this, I guess it doesn't matter if it's one chain link or multiple because your opponent can't respond anyways. Who cares? One question. Isn't this card technically 5 monsters on board immediately? Because listen to me, okay? Activate this, add 4 Charmers with different attributes from your deck or to your hand, put 2 cards back, use the graveyard effect, fuse those 4 Charmer monsters into the new fusion monster, and then just use the effect to special summon all 4 back. Right? And then you have the fusion monster and the 4 spell. I mean, I don't even know if that's good. I'm not sure if that's good or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, in theory, you can do that. And you don't have to summon 4 times. You can summon 2 or 3 and then search cards. The problem is, this card is good. The cards you're searching, it's like an incredible amount of engine requirements so far, right? This entirely depends on if they make new good Charmer monsters. If they make new good Charmer monsters, then this is a broken card, right? Like if you can actually play good cards in your deck that this searches that are also not terrible to draw themselves, then okay, sure. But if you're playing like a million bad Charmers just to resolve this one spell card that you immediately lose the game if it gets ashed or purged or whatever, then that's not going to be good, right? There are newer than the old ones. Yeah, I know, but all of them are not. Like, none of them are good. None of them are good. There are newer Charmers, but none of them are strong. It's only the Link monsters that are good. And even the Link monsters aren't even good in the traditional sense of like combo pieces or whatever. They're more like, you know, extra deck utility tools for going second. But yeah. What if you open this spell and one of the Charmers? Well, you have to add 4 Charmers with different attributes. So yes, you would probably have to play multiple targets for this of each Charmer, because if you play 4 one-ofs in your deck as targets for this, it would be super likely that you have one of them in your hand. You have to play more. You have to play more than 4 because otherwise the card is unusable if you draw one of them, unless you have a way to discard it to the grave or something. Right? So, I mean, look, we only got these 2 cards, and funnily, these 2 cards read crazy, right? Like, if these 2 cards were printed into any good Yu-Gi-Oh archetype, it would be complete insanity, right? Like a spell card that searches 4 cards from an archetype in one activation at a +1 is insane, right? But the problem is, it's the Charmer archetype. So we'll see how it goes. For now, I don't really see the applications, but the problem is we are at the start of the reveals, right? Like, this is probably not the only cards that they're making for Charmers, because Charmers is going to get a couple of anime episodes, so we're going to be here for a while. We're going to see more cards, and eventually, maybe if they make new main deck Charmers that are worth playing and worth searching, then we could be talking a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. But so far, I don't know if that's the case. I don't know. But yeah. All right. I want to build Go Second Sky Striker. I'm noticing like every time I'm losing the coin toss and my opponent goes first and they make a board, I want cards like, I don't even know if I want to put cards like Lightning Storm in here. Hold up, let me copy deck. Sky Striker second. So what we're gonna do is take out all the hand traps. Take out Black Goat Laughs. One of my favorite cards in Blind Second Sky Strikers right now is Jamming Waves. I've been preferring, hear me out, okay? I've been preferring Jamming Waves and maybe even Afterburners. We might play Afterburner as well. I've been preferring these cards over Lightning Storm. And the reason for that is that Lightning Storm as a card in Sky Striker only works if you open it. And Sky Striker is a deck where usually, especially when you're going second, your game goes in like 2 steps, right? Step 1 is break the board. Step 2 is like start drawing like crazy. And if you've already played into the board, if you've already negated cards with Droplet or Widow Anchor or Super Poly or whatever, then your game plan shifts into now I'm trying to establish a board to handle my opponent's follow-up. Drawing cards like Lightning Storm when you resolve your engages is really, really bad. Whereas cards like Jamming Waves and Afterburner can still work because there might be like a leftover monster that you can pop or a leftover set that you can pop, or you can use them on the follow-up turn when you're playing back and forth with the opponent. So yeah. Isn't Maxi still worth it? Maxi is probably still worth it. Yes, Maxi is probably still worth it. I think Ash Blossom I'm gonna remove, but I think the Maxi probably stays. Because even if we draw, Maxi is not the same as Charmies. I was thinking about Charmies when I didn't play Charmies in TCG because same reason, you draw into them, they suck. But Maxi, to be fair, like if you draw into a Maxi on the follow-up turn, it's still pretty good. But yeah. Also, they're fuel for Lemnis Gate. That's true, yeah. But I've been liking Jamming Waves more than Afterburner because I feel like the non-target monster pop is so much better than the non-target spell pop. Because you can just like, your opponent doesn't have a way to know which one you're going to pop. So they're forced to respond with like monster effects. I like that. Okay, is there any one play set of a card that I'm missing right now? Any really good card for going second? We could play Duster. We could play Raigeki. Raigeki is at 3 technically. We could play Slayer. But Slayer would require some extra deck space. I'm not opposed to Ultimate Slayer though. Here's something. I'll give you an idea of something that you can do to out Lunalight, and that's something we can actually do in this deck if we play Ultimate Slayer. Lunalight Liger Dancer has a very specific clause on it that says unaffected by card effects except Lunalight cards. So it is affected by Lunalight cards. So there is one thing that we can play with Ultimate Slayer to actually have outs for Liger Dancer, and that is Lunalight Perfume Dancer. Because Lunalight Perfume Dancer says you can banish this card from your grave. This turn, all monsters your opponent control lose attack equal to their original defense. So if you manage to send a Lunalight Perfume Dancer from your extra deck to the graveyard, you can make their Liger Dancers tiny. And they are affected by this. The only problem is how are we going to fit all of this into the extra deck? Because we probably also need an Exceed monster for Ryziel if we play Ultimate Slayer. I don't know if we can play Slayer and Super Poly in the same deck. But if we're blinding second, maybe maybe Slayer is better than Super Poly. So we need this. We probably want Aggregator. And then if we just, the thing is, even if we just, the Super Poly is technically only one slot right now, right? Because the Super Poly right now is just the Mud Dragon. The other targets are also for Slayer. We can probably get away without this. We could play this extra deck. And then it would technically work. Kaina is not that important. Camellia, I'm not sure. Like I have been playing without Camellia in the TCG and it's been fine. I haven't really missed it. I don't really know. But I also, like, the thing is, I'm not used to playing with it, so maybe I'm just not seeing the moments where I would have needed it, but I really didn't need it very often. But I'm not sure. No Malong for Synchro Target. Is there a deck I need a Synchro Target for right now? I don't think so. Blue Eyes sometimes shows up. Yeah, but I think I'd rather live with the fact that the card is then dead in a matchup. Not, well, of course, we win the coin toss. That's always what happens when you play a blind second deck for the first time. The thing with Blue Eyes is they sometimes also just end on a Link monster, so we can still use the Slayer. Okay, Fiendsmith. Something Fiendsmith. Good going first hand. I mean, that's one thing I like about this deck is like if you run into another blind second deck or whatever, it's not that bad. Oh, Valmonica. Okay, Jesus. What's the Valmonica end board now? Because they banned Baguska. That was the Valmonica card, wasn't it? Dude, they got royals. They invested into Valmonica. Jesus. Well, that's a mistake. They might go for Griffin, yeah. To be fair, it's a cheap deck. Well, not anymore if you play every super rare and royal. Even royal supers are hard to get. The Duke. Pendulum. Okay. Dude, what the? Ryziel, Valmonica? Okay. Ryziel, Valmonica, Fiendsmith. Sure. All of that to normal summon Ice. That's crazy work. Don't make King of the Feral Imps right now. I can't take it. Don't make Feral Imps. No, stop. No Feral Imp, please. Revive sequence. Yeah. It's the funniest shit to me when people are already like splashing 3 engines together and they get like the full Ryziel board plus Fiendsmith stuff plus whatever Monica could do, and then they still feel the need to summon Floodgates at the end of it. And we're not even at the end of it yet. Did they discard Sword Ryziel, by the way? Or the Griffin? They don't have. Okay. That either means they messed up, or their hand is already incredibly broken. Bring back SP. Does the Valmonica thing they said do anything? Not really. I knew that was coming. Could have been Anchor, Chain Linkage, then Super Poly for 0 draws. Maybe. I am kind of tempted to Linkage now, yeah. Gonna give them 1 draw here. Probably okay. Nice of them to give me this Griffin in that zone. Can't you OTK with this hand? I mean, yes, I can. I don't know if I want to, though. Oh, never mind. Sick. Do I set linkage? If I set linkage, I don't have... I could have thrusted to have an extra spell. Now it's too late. I think I don't set. Play D-barrier for a thrust. I mean, I'm blinding second. Ban Griffin? Griffin was not the problem. It was much more about Troll and Lockbird. If I pop this scale now, I can choose to give them the 500 damage effect. Right? Wait, no. Isn't it like that normally? Oh, this one doesn't have that. Okay, then it doesn't make sense. Didn't they have that gimmick where the opponent chooses if you don't have this? None of those cards have that. Oh, here. Unless you have a Valmonica card in your Pendulum Zone, your opponent chooses. Ah, but one is enough already. Okay. Okay. Now you can't use Requiem anymore. It's pointing to a card. I know that, but they didn't have room. It could have been a very interesting game because I mean their deck does look kind of fun. It's just like the overwhelming feeling is I got hit by max seed troll and called by in one game. And it's just at this point it doesn't really freaking matter how interesting the rest was. I don't even care about the Griffin. The Griffin wasn't the problem. My deck doesn't care about Griffin. Other decks might, but my deck doesn't. But it's just like... Nice hand. Probably pure Mitsu. To be fair, it would have in this game. It would have really helped if I still played one Black Goat for Thrust, even though I'm blinding second. That would have helped a lot. Do I have Rhoda? Check for Droll. Problem is I don't want to get Drolled on Rhoda, but see, that's the best case scenario. Yeah. I knew it was gonna be pure Mitsu. I think it's Vosu here. Because Vosu will unbreak this hand if I have a monster. Now get called by it. I could have played around Impulse and Called By here by just going Hayate and not use the tag out effect, which I probably would have. I mean, yeah, but there you have it. They did include the Wosu in the main deck, probably because they're scared of Lunalight, but then stuff like that happens where you draw it and it does nothing going first. I'll do this in draw phase because it's the only thing, it's the only hand trap I have. So if I ever get, I can't get Talanced if I use it early. Uh-oh. What does that mean? Oh my god, not him. Banished Mathmech Circular to search Fuba is fucking crazy work, dude. What the hell? Sure. So I don't think I will OTK. I think I'll just give them no draws. It's Mathmech. They probably have infinite hand traps. Like one imperm and my OTK doesn't work. But they've drawn like a bunch of cards. What are you doing here? Awesome. Are Malice players this down bad now that they now play Small World and Mathmech stuff? Okay. Awesome. We lived through that turn. Technically, this is game. It's no longer game. Actually, it's still... No, it's not game. Because I only play one rose. Is it 0? 0 is stuck in the EMZ though. I think it's just Kagari. If I link off Rose for Hayate, and then what? Then I can't tag out with Ray. Because Ray has to summon into EMZ as well. This is fine, actually. Okay, so I... Hayate, then... Yeah. Okay. No, no. Oh, I thought I was getting drolled. Oh my god, I thought I was getting drolled. Why is there ever a consideration to not give them 1,000 life points? I think no, because I think 2,900 is enough for them to do everything anyways that they want to do. So, yeah. If they had like 900 or like 1,500, maybe that's better. Okay. Someone did not believe in his malice strategy. Is Lunalight the new best deck? I haven't played it myself yet in Master Duel. I also haven't played against it, so it's hard for me to say. I do think it has a lot of potential in best of one, though. So I think there's a good chance it's pretty strong, personally. 60 card open Habakiri. Makes sense. Are you on a copy of Hamp to deal with it? No, Hamp doesn't deal with it. Because they have 2 Ligers. I mean, my hand is pretty good, I would say. So I guess we'll see what they end on. I mean, I'm expecting some crazy shit because it's 60 cards. So it's definitely not pure Mitsurugi. Yeah, I guess we'll see. It could be like Mitsurugi Orchest. Smith could definitely be in there. I don't know. We'll find out. Yep, there's Smith. Is there Rise Heal as well? Biohazard, thank you for the 31 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm playing a 60 card Mitsu Orchest Horus Cashier Fiendsmith pile. Could be that, yeah. Do you think Master Duel should also ban Moon? Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, they should. Any plans on trying Lunalight? Yes. Yes. Oh, what now? Oh. This is still all off of 1 Habakiri, by the way. And I guess you need any spell trap to activate the Rex Tremende. And they haven't normal summoned. Do you have any Sky Striker card royal? I don't think so, no. I don't think so. Well, yes, Habakiri should summon all of these monsters. Why do you ask? Tribute Murakumo for Deception is insane. Have they normal summoned? Nope. They have not normal summoned. Did you consider cutting one Ray? Yeah, I have, but it's just like the deck doesn't actually have that many starters. But yeah, I have, so I have thought about it. Awesome. I guess someone didn't draw a starter. Another 60 card deck. I'm not gonna shotgun Maxi against 60. Oh, good Jesus Christ, leave me alone. So what's the plan in Hero if you get Maxi? Just pull through anyways? Can I get decked out by heroes? I have no other hand traps. Full send, I guess, yeah. Neo-Spatian Grand Mole. They will Cosmo lock you? But I don't know what that means. You're using words that are not in my dictionary. It's the same as Kali Yuga? Why did they make a hero that's the same as Kali Yuga? Are they dumb? If this card is special summoned from the extra deck, you can activate this effect. For the rest of this turn, your opponent cannot activate cards. Also, cards your opponent controls cannot activate their effects. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to this effect's activation. Eh? When did they make that? It came out in 2019. Can't use Shark Cannon when he uses favorite. I have no idea how it works. I just know someone should be fired. Shark does nothing. Why does Shark Cannon not change anything? Because I think they're clearly trying to fuse from graveyard, aren't they? They can shuffle from banish? Yeah, but I can special summon it. I can go activate Shark Cannon, chain droplet, then send 3 spells. So I have 3 spells in the graveyard. And then I have the Neos. If this hits my Shark Cannon. Okay, dude, I would have... Like, the stream was over if that hit my Shark Cannon. I'm telling you right now. How close are you to decking out? I have 20 cards left. I'm not going to deck out. Are there 3 Neospatians in graveyard? No, there are 2. I have no idea what's happening right now. I genuinely, I have no idea. I feel like they haven't even achieved what they were trying to achieve. There is no banished... The Neos... Oh, they played around Shark Cannon, actually. The Neos is banished. But I could steal... I guess I could steal a Neospatian instead if they don't have enough. Okay. Sure. Bro, you have 3,000 life points. I didn't even realize that. Oh, man. I need to get out of Diamond. I need to get out of Diamond. Blinding second in Diamond is crazy work. It's funny because I'm not actually mad I have Rose in hand because it makes me much it makes it much safer to activate the pot. Is Zero out in Master Duel? Yep, came out today. That's why we're here. Banish the one of Levinus is annoying though. Yes. However, one of the things I noticed at the regional that I played Sky Striker last weekend, which by the way, if you haven't seen the list, I posted it on YouTube. I brought Sky Striker and TCG to German Open. I didn't use Lemnis Gate as often. Like, yeah, you use it, but if you have to search a different interruption instead, it's fine typically. All right, Fiendsmith Orchest. How many Lunalight players trying to cheese have we seen? Not a single one yet. But we're also in, I don't know if it's Diamond territory, Lunalight. I think Lunalight could actually be like a top tier deck, but more like a niche thing that people try to play in the highest ranks or in duelist cups. We'll see. Is Lunalight a cheese deck? I mean, kind of, right? But like, in some ways, in the beginning when they made Liger Dancer, I didn't like it either. But the more I'm playing with Lunalight in the format, and I'm playing against Lunalight, it just feels like it's not that different from other combo decks. Because like, the goal ultimately for every combo deck is to make a board that the opponent just can't beat. Which is not something I'm a fan of, but I don't feel like Lunalight is like a worse offender than other decks at that. And realistically, at least, if you have outs for Lunalight, it's more realistic to beat it than other full power combo decks. So I actually don't mind Lunalight as much recently. I bet you will. I mean, I'm not trying to say that Lunalight is fun to play against, because it really isn't. For the most part. But I don't see a big difference between playing against other combo slop and Lunalight, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, card in hand is not droll. That's good. A little late to the party, Maxi. Okay, we lost Lemnis Gate. Other than that, nothing of relevance. Sweet. Yeah, that was going to be a slaughter. Yeah, Super Poly discard Rose is really cool. Because if you Super Poly a monster in the extra monster zone, while discarding Rose, the Rose will come back. It's the secret Rose effect, where if a monster leaves the EMZ by your effect, then you can bring it back. Is Pure Fire King still a good deck to pilot? I think it's playable. It's not like top tier, but I think you can make master with it, yeah. Better with Jurak? Yes. Yes, it is better with Jurak, probably. How is Orcus now without Apple? Completely fine, I think. Okay, Trap Tricks might just not give me a draw. Which is annoying. Okay, I get one. Nice. Nice. What was that? Okay, well, no way to put spells in the grave, so I gotta start with engage. Hopefully there's no Droll Lockbird. Do I just grab Ray? Or do I grab a linkage? Problem with Ray is it doesn't really help me get 3 spells in the graveyard. With linkage, I could. I could go activate Widow Anchor, chain linkage. Why not jamming first? Same problem. Jamming right now would only give me 2 spells in the grave. It's not that great. Tomorrow, YCS watch party? Yes. I will be live for the YCS this weekend. Honestly, in this spot, I could have considered not searching with this so I can tribute it, but that's fine. Okay, so the last set is Gravedigger's Trap Hole. The only thing that I don't like about my play here is the fact that because I negated the Sarah early, it's not going to activate my thrust for me. Yeah, I mean, one of the better matchups for Sky Striker, I think. The worst matchup for Blind Second Sky Striker is probably Malice and Lunalight. YS Hipster, thank you for the 31 months. Glad to be back just in time when Master Duel is saved. I don't know if I would call it saved, to be honest with you. I think Master Duel is a lot better now, but there's still a lot of things, you know. Maxi is still there. Habakiri still does everything, including your taxes. There's a lot of things that are still, you know, pretty broken. But basically, whenever my opponent activates Habakiri, I just pray to God that it's pure Mitsurugi. Because then the game is actually playable. Which this could still be pure Mitsurugi. They're playing 40 cards and they're not doing anything unusual so far. How would you balance Mitsu? The problem in terms of game design with Mitsurugi is that it's kind of too late. Because you cannot really balance Mitsurugi with a ban list anymore. If you actually want to have an impact on Mitsu, you basically have to ban Habakiri. Everything else is not really a solution. Unless you're talking like stuff that isn't realistic, like, oh, they shouldn't have printed Habakiri this way, or they should errata Habakiri to have a reptile lock, or anything like that. Because at this point, like, limiting Habakiri doesn't matter because the combo decks can search it. Limiting prayers or limiting the ritual spell doesn't matter because, like, it really doesn't matter, period. Because basically, the problem is the following, right? The only quote unquote fair way to play Mitsurugi is pure Mitsurugi. And all of the potential limits or semi-limits that you can do mainly hit pure Mitsurugi. They don't hit Rise, like the hybrid versions don't care if shit is limited because they search it anyways. So it's just truly badly designed. It's just a very, very big design mistake is the problem. And it's put them into a spot where they can't really fix it other than ban Habakiri. Saji ban? Right, yeah, okay, sure. But same thing, right? Even if you have to end up banning Saji, it's kind of like, well, that shouldn't really be a thing. I like Mitsurugi. See, I do too. I like Mitsurugi as well. I think the deck has a very cool playstyle. I don't like what Habakiri is doing in other decks, though. I think is the problem. Ban everything that bridges to Habakiri. Yeah. But my argument is if you make Habakiri as a card designer, and then you have to end up banning a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh cards just because they searched that card, then you probably messed up. Destroy itself? So they're attaching now so that they can use Cross to negate the detonator. Cross to negate the Kagari, I guess. Oh, no? Probably prayers, right? Yep. Raigeki time? I don't play Raigeki. But I could use the what's it called? The new Sky Striker. Did I keep combined maneuver? No, I cut it. Okay. Raigeki would be super easy here. Maybe there should be one. Yeah, we can still Raigeki them kind of because they're playing this deck. Damn you, Rose. When a monster, you can make that effect destroy a Sky Striker is Link. Yeah, but that doesn't help me, right? Because then it destroys this, then I bring... No. Problem is, how do I kill the Murakumo right now? I guess it's gotta be Shizuku. Barely. Barely big enough. Oh, but now... Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, dude, that's not good. Oh, they let it. Okay. Lemnis should have been Widow. Yeah, I needed to do something differently there for sure. Or just, I could just... Why would you discard? I could just special summon Rose. Okay, so what was the hand? It's like prayers, Habakiri and stuff. Do I want to keep the Murakumo? Keeping the Murakumo could be good here because it could force them to discard again. At the same time, no. The problem is cross. Or like, I mean, it's not the problem, but like it is a problem. I should be okay though. Does Lemnis have the same card? No card. No, Lemnis is the only Sky Striker spell you can activate with monsters in the main monster zone. Okay. GG. What do you have? Droll? Yep. Okay. Sure. Yeah, Droll, I think now has an animation. I think they just added it. This is like 12,000 damage, by the way, or more. Because this zero can still tag out into Ray and Rose, and then Ray can still tag out. And I still had an extra linkage as well. See, that's like if the Mitsurugi stuff doesn't get too crazy, like if it's just Mitsurugi Ryziel, it's pretty beatable with the deck. I am wondering whether with Ryziel isn't really a thing in the TCG, and that's why I wasn't really playing Afterburners. Maybe with Ryziel Cross being... Oh my god, they sent me first. With Ryziel Cross being a thing, maybe Afterburners would be more warranted. Okay, the hand is good still. It's a Striker Mirror. Uh-oh. A Striker Mirror, huh? It's fine, and I'm gonna regret saying this in a moment, but it's fine as long as they don't have Lightning Storm or Feather Duster or Heavy Storm, I think. Then the positioning is not actually that bad. It's like, it's a respectable amount of interrupts for a deck that wants to go second. But if there's a Lightning Storm or a Feather Duster, it's not fine at all. Okay. Feels like if they had one of those, they would have slammed it already. Doesn't need that much consideration, so maybe we're okay. Not gonna Ray to not turn on talents and thrust. Okay, it feels like I'm gonna live, which is good. Okay. Not too bad. Pretty good actually. Okay, hold up. Let's go and Shark Cannon the Ray. And chain linkage. And Shark Cannon. Special summon. I guess I go for Kagari here. Could also go 0. But that's, yeah, no, it's 0, I think. Won't special that. Add engage out of the graveyard. So I have more in the deck that I can draw into later. And that's game. Nice. It's a weird dynamic in the mirror sometimes with Raigeki and stuff, because I mean, I don't know for sure, but there's a high likelihood they were holding talents or thrust, and the reason they started with Raigeki is because they wanted me to chain my actually chaining 0 to Raigeki doesn't make sense. Or activate the Ray in the graveyard rather. Songs of the Dominators is interesting. Are people watching your ranked duels didn't know you could do that? I think it's a new feature. I don't know if you probably need to be following someone on Master Duel to see their games, but you can basically watch your friends' games now, yeah. I guess if you guys want to, I can bring up my ID after the game if you remind me. If you guys want to be able to watch my games in the client, but at the same time, usually I stream when I play, but oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Well, that's another one of those decks that I feel like got away way too light in Master Duel. Like, well, how did Mermail walk away from all of this without anything? Well, I can't really play like this either. Yep, my hand does not play. I, you know, hmm. Yeah. Don't know if it's going to be game, but the problem is my hand. I can't even play next turn, and I can't even, like, unless I specifically top deck engage. Oh, another one. Okay, then it's probably game. Why are you going for Widow Anchors? Just use linkages. End my suffering. Yeah! Afterburner. No Shizuku eat. What is happening? Is this Sky Striker Tenpai? It's Sky Striker Tenpai, right? It's the only explanation. It's not gonna help much against the Widow Anchor. Why? Okay. I know they have two, but not gonna really help here. What are you doing? This is 100% a Tenpai duelist. This is class. This is certified Tenpai duelist behavior. Yeah, yeah. I know. I know. Yeah. I know. I can't really set both of these because if I set Super Poly, I need a discard. If I set, but Lemnis Gate is also a good disruption here. I guess the question is, what's the better disruption, the non-target bounce or the Super Poly? I think if it's actually Tenpai, then it's this, because also I can't make Garura, you're right. I think it's just this. So this way I have a pop, do both and summon Shizuku. There's no way I'm summoning. They had no Tenpai card last turn. Do I chain? I have to chain, right? I have to risk talents and trust, because if I don't chain, I have no, I might never have a play again. I have to chain. Oh God, please. No! That was the only card. That was the only card that killed me there. Chandra does not do it. The field spell doesn't do it because they don't have a discard. Sangan Kaiman doesn't do it. It was just Pydra. Organ Roku into Pydra. Chandra does not do it. No, if they summon Chandra and attack, I just pop it. Because Chandra only summons at start of damage step. Oh, man. That was painful. I didn't realize Amatsu pops. Okay, so you decided to just post something even though you didn't know what you were talking about. That makes sense. I mean, in your defense, there was one entire card on my field that you had to consider for the equation. Or where did you seriously think I was not aware of the fact that, like, just, you know, assuming that my card doesn't have an effect. Ooh, nice, Maxi. Considering, like, if my card didn't have an effect, did you really think I didn't know Chandra is game? Well, I mean, this matchup is not bad for me. It's just my hand sucks ass. I was hoping they would do that. I was really hoping they would do that because I lose if they just Solemn Judgment by Ray or something. Was that one of Patchy? That was one of Desires into one of Patchy, two of Solemn Judgment. Okay, so back. Why didn't I add with 0? Because you can only do one of the two effects of 0. You can't use both in the same turn. It was game anyways. Nice stun deck. We should have a pretty good matchup against stun with this deck, is the nice thing. Have we used Perfume Dancer yet? I mean, I've played against 0 Lunalight, so no, I haven't. Super Poly has also only been okay, I think. Maybe Super Poly is not as good in Master Duel right now. I don't know. Discarding the card always felt like a pretty big commitment. and it didn't really solve most of the problems. Oh yeah, 60 cards with Upstart, probably Sky Striker. Yep. 60 cards Sky Striker. Lunalight is hard to learn. Lunalight is hard to learn, yes. I think so. Shizuku Pass. You know you can make 0. Well, okay, never mind. Do your thing. Okay. All right, let me think about this for a second. Do I have game without activating Pot of Desires? Send Super Poly for linkage. Summon 0. Called by on Ray. 3 spells engrave. Anchor take Shizuku. 0 attack for 2000. It is game. It is game. So I might as well. Thought first, ask later? No. No. Wait, no, it's not game. Because I'm called buying the Ray, and then I can't tag out with my own Ray. 2015, 3045, 60. It's 65. Ah! Well, okay, then I'll search. Then I'll search and I'll pod. Yeah, I'll pod. I banished Rose. Are you happy now? I drew 2 dead cards because they're not going to hand trap me. Awesome. Yeah, I know you're happy now. I know you're very happy right now. Okay. I banished a linkage. Oh, it's so annoying because now I know they have follow-up engage. I'm gonna bait them into turning my thrust and talents on. Okay, they're adding. Won't allow that. I don't know if I'm ready for what I'm about to see, but let's go. Snatch, steal, lemnis gate, slash draw, sky striker, hamp. Okay, get rid of the engage. Oh, please. What do you mean? Dual Charmy. What is this deck? Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Oh, they shuffled in their thing. Oh my god, I didn't realize it. I was like, oh, that's no problem. I'm just gonna call it by their 0 because I knew they had one last turn, but they put it back with slash draw. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's not good. I didn't realize that. That's concerning. So what is it? Hamp? Hamp and the card they drew? How many cards are they playing? You know the answer. I actually lose. I actually lose. Or I might. It's not over yet, but I could actually lose this now. To the freaking snatch steal. And slash draw, shuffling back 0 from my cult by the grave. Oh, man. Ah. And only because my rose is banished, by the way. If my rose was banished, it was no problem at all. I could just chain 0, pop the freaking stupid snatch steal, and none of that would have happened. Yes, they activated it. It's under called by, but it makes my talons live. Whoa, I was hoping they would do that. Oh, nice. Okay. It would have been so funny if I just activated it. Drop! Oh, monster. Nice. Should I dodge it with Lemnis Gate? Should I dodge it with Lemnis Gate? They have a linkage in hand and one still. Is there still an unknown card in hand? I should know every. No, there was an engage draw last turn. I mean, I dodge it with Lemnis Gate. I lose Ray in my graveyard. I get engage back. Probably fine. Probably. Oh, I can't use Shizuku right now. Why rather, do I want the Widow Anchor or a Shark Can or a linkage, honestly? I knew it. This gets banished anyways, right? Yeah, doesn't matter. Could have added another. Yeah, I could have added another linkage if but I didn't want to. I didn't want to have a set linkage, but maybe that was the play. Because the problem is resetting linkage. Once again, we're circling back to my rows being banished. So if I set linkage with multi-role, it's not a disrupt. This probably is game if they know how to maneuver it. Right? Anchor take Shizuku, makes 0/0 attack, and then tag out into Ray and Rose. Probably game. That's convenient. Okay. Or you could just not go for game. That's also fine. Linkage, Widow Anchor, Shark Cannon. Sure. I have 12 cards in deck, dude. Stupid desires. Yeah, it's been an uphill battle ever since I banished the rose. It's so stupid. The problem is also they probably played 2 rows. Jesus, that's so many. Not going well, gamers. Should I tag out into Amatsu? I'm surprised we're still here. I mean, it's been a fun game. The Sky Striker mirror I do think is enjoyable. Realistically, I probably just shouldn't have maybe I shouldn't play Desires in a deck with 1 rose. It's probably on me. That's game, right? Yeah. GG. Yes, my rose is banished. It's honestly, it's kind of impressive that we managed to get all the way to turn 7 when they had rose in deck and we didn't. But, Mary Ray, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Are you enjoying it so far? Yes, I do find the Sky Striker deck very enjoyable. I have a feeling that my list is not optimal yet, especially not for best of 1. Which is something that's sometimes in some games it's a little frustrating. At the same time, I don't think it's that big of a deal because the deck just came out in Master Duel and it's going to develop over time, so I'm not too worried about it. But yes, I do think it's an enjoyable deck. And I mean, some of the things that we've played against today were pretty crazy and pretty cringe, but for the most part, you know, like a lot of the decks are a little bit more healthy than they used to be. Maxi has still been a pain in the ass, even though I'm playing a deck that doesn't even care about it that much, but... Have you met Onomat Ryziel with Featherstorm? It's everywhere in Diamond? No, I haven't. Thankfully not, but that deck sounds good too, yeah. So... how do I beat this lock? I guess the non-target Lemnis Gate bounce is pretty good. But I don't have engine. Okay, here we are. What does their trap card do? Special Mikanko from hand or deck, then equip it. Okay, we did not banish Rose. Great success. But we also didn't find a play. The equipped monster can't be destroyed by card effects. Okay, can I destroy this? Yes. Cool. I mean, the thing is, I don't know how scary Mikanko is in this game state. I guess we'll find out. I have a Widow Anchor, but I can't use it on Mikanko cards because everything is untargetable right now. Called by could be good. Almirage, okay. Sure. No. Well, gamers, Widow Anchor is back on the menu. Nice. Can I draw a play, maybe? No? Okay. The annoying part is now, I've made Lightning Storm live, but that's just something we're gonna have to get through together. I was so ready for that to be Lightning Storm. Okay, bro. How many starters did I banish? Not that many. I lost one Ray, one Linkage, one Rhoda. Everything else is still in my deck. Did they want to go first or did I send them first? No, they wanted to go first. That doesn't seem like a strong game plan. Come on. Ah! Ah! What? Ah, come on, man. That's the one card that they could have, because of course they didn't have prayers. These... I'm losing my mind, dude. It's not gonna resolve. I already know it. I already know it. Oh, thank God. Reverse psychology. That Maxi only resolved because I said it wasn't gonna resolve. Ritual from deck. Engine! Oh, Omni negate for engine. That's not good. Oh, you're playing like 5 engine requirements. Okay, oh. They play 2 Mikanko traps, Magatama, and the thingy trap. Okay, how smart do you think they are? How smart do you think they are? If I Widow Anchor this Murakumo, do you think they're gonna tribute it, or do you think they're just gonna give it to me? We're gonna find out. They should just give it to me. Thank God. Yeah. Okay, calm down. Calm down. It's just a game. Problem is, that Nibiru could actually be annoying. I knew it was imperm. I knew it was imperm. The right spot in Nibiru. Ooh, did I banish Shark Cannon with Desires? I did. Oh, that sucks. That is a problem. That's useless. This needs to go back to hand, otherwise their graveyard setup is too broken. So now they have prayers in hand. Oh, dude, their follow-up, it depends on the size of their Mitsu engine, but their follow-up here is potentially quite insane. It depends on if they play like Mirror and so on. But what they got here is pretty busted. They know what they're doing. The good news is Super Poly is potentially really good here, especially if they can't get back into like the Mekanko engine. I'm not sure. Are you doing a YCS stream weekend for Pittsburgh? Yes, I'll be live both days for YCS Pittsburgh. So tomorrow and Sunday. Is that a second Saji? That was a second Saji. Why did you add a second Saji even? And then normal summon Kusanagi. Add the trap back to your hand. Okay, I guess I'll try to prevent a rank 4 here. I don't know what's going on right now. And now you're chaining. Okay. Yeah. I thought you'd go to French Open. Yeah, I was going to French Open, but it was honestly, it was just too much for me this month. There would be too many tournaments, so I decided to not go to all of them. It can't activate because Typhon, but it's big enough so they can't kill it. They can't summon anymore, and I can just attack over Typhon next turn and then tag out. It's fine. Is it game if I Super Poly? Super Poly summons Mud Dragon here. That's 49. 0 tags out into 3000 at 7. Yeah, that's game. What's your 0 to Kagari ratio? I play 2 and 2, and it hasn't really been a problem for me yet. But it's also because I play. They still have Nib in hand. I gotta remember that. It's because I play. Slayer and Super Poly right now, which I'm not sure if that's gonna stay that way. My friend plays 2 Lemnis Gates. I really like 2 Lemnis Gates. I'm a big fan of that card. I'm not sure if you want to draw it as often though, but it's a good card. It's a really good card. Okay. Oh, that was a tough one, but we got there in the end. What was that? Turn 12? Jesus. Okay. This is what I have right now, just for the people that have been asking. It's not super fleshed out. Honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed by both Super Poly and Ultimate Slayer. Both of those felt not that great today, but they were fine. They just weren't like as amazing as I kind of was hoping they would be. Pot of Desires is probably a cut. I'm gonna be honest with you. That card just annoys me. I know it's good. I know it's like, despite sometimes getting unlucky with it, and that's definitely a risk you take. It's a really good card in Sky Striker because drawing 2 and then putting a spell in the grave is really, really strong. But I don't know. I personally just don't really want to take that risk, I think. So I'm probably gonna remove it. But yeah. You could, like, here's the thing, right? If Pot of Desires was at 3, or 2, maybe I could say like, okay, well, that justifies playing multiple pots and then play double rows and bite the bullet on that. But if I'm just playing one Desires, I don't know. I don't feel like putting multiple rows into the deck just because of that one copy of Desires. I don't know. But yeah. The deck is fun. I'm enjoying it. We're gonna work on it more at some point. I also wanna do Lunalight at some point next week. We're gonna do a Lunalight stream, and we're probably gonna do Runic Sky Striker at some point, because I did say I would do that as soon as the deck comes to Master Duel. So we're also gonna do that. For now, that's gonna be the end for today's stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you had a good time today, and I hope you tune in on the weekend when we watch YCS Pittsburgh together. So I'm going to be live tomorrow, and I'm going to be live on Sunday, a little bit later than usual because of the time zone difference. Because of the time zone difference, we're going to be live a little bit later than usual on the weekend, because YCS Pittsburgh, I think, like, they are 6 hours behind where I live. So we're going to start a little bit later than usual. Yes, some people wanted my ID, so there you go. If you want to follow and watch games in the client now that there is a follow or spectate duel feature or whatever, you can go ahead and do that if you guys want to. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Let me see where I can send you guys. I will send you guys to Farfa. I'll send you guys over to Farfa. They're doing new pack duels right now, so hope you guys have a fun time over there. I hope to see you on the weekend for the YCS streams. If you're attending the YCS, then best of luck, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.